Okay, hello. Hello, hello, you beautiful people. Just one moment, please. Or actually, we can do this rather. We can enter here and we can go to the Zatsu scene. Things are going to just be looking a little off for just a minute, so please bear with me. Compressor. We can reduce the relationship here. And I think the threshold is pretty okay here. Okay, excellent. Now I just need to get the actual microphone a bit closer, not this close, about here. I think that will be good. And let's see. I just need to connect reconnect the microphone to here, and beautiful. Okay, excellent. Now this should be actually working pretty well, but I don't like the movement of the volume gain constant to be a bit higher. We can take out the wings and we can start connecting. Salute a tutti gli amici, io sono Kenneth Buonarroti e vi voglio regalare a tutti gli amici molto felici. I do apologize profoundly that I had taken quite a bit to to start today. I had a few unexpected issues. But the important thing is that we are here, are we not? Yes, I suppose that is really the most important thing of all. And let me just... The relationship, I think it's okay, but I think it's the gain that I really wish to... I guess that I just speak way too softly. So it's better if I had a higher gain. That way, even if I speak loudly, I can still do... Yeah, excellent. 50 milliseconds. What does it mean if like I increase? Yeah, or yeah. I still don't understand what release means. Oh no. Release just means that if it doesn't detect, but if I place my attack at yeah. Whoa! No, I don't get it still. I'm just gonna place it at like 10 milliseconds or something. But maybe I will reduce my threshold because I don't really see that it is operating as well as I wanted to. And maybe a stronger relationship. Right. Let's see. I'm gonna increase my threshold just a little bit and yeah. Is it possible to have your voice louder? Right now it is not being very loud, right? I think something might also be off with my microphone setting. How are you listening to me now? Like, am I sounding good now? Because what I'm seeing here on the audio balancing, it's saying it is good now. Also, what room are we going to use? Wow, this one has the old... Now let's just use ASMR room 1 or ASMR. We are going to use ASMR room 2. Incidentally, I'm going to load up the book assets, so just give me one moment. Testing. Am I sounding good now? Is this good? Am I sounding good? Excellent, beautiful. Okay. For the time being, we're just gonna have this floating book thing. Okay, but I'm gonna leave my carton of milk at the side, and this one is I'm just gonna... Yeah, we're gonna place it here on the... No, come on. It's okay. It's much better now, right? Yeah, because I noticed that earlier it was a little bit not quite at the sound at the bottom it should be. Petra Leon, grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. Grazie, grazie. I think we should have a language learning stream later on in the near future. I want to prove to people and to myself that I can be serious about the um, the channel and about actually try to be a good VTuber. So that's a big part of why, for example, I am now trying to actually speak properly and I'm actually trying to do things right now. As well, I want to show people, oh wow, this person actually has the determination to learn a new language, even beyond Italian. He is trying to learn Japanese. This person is amazing. So that's why I want to go really hard in on on language learning as well. I do apologize if I sound a bit distracted initially. I am also making sure that my internet connection remains mildly stable. I'm just going to reduce bitrate on YouTube a little bit here, and let's see if that helps because it's indicating that my internet health is not being the bestest. Although I'm not seeing any frame drops either. Let's check the statistics page. Oh, I think it might also be the available disk space. Um, I do apologize. I think we might need to solve that on the go, but we don't have a space to solve that on the go right now. Ooh. Well, we already we already have this online, so I guess we can take this out and delete this, and then we go to the thumbnails page and we get that one too. Excellent. Okay, that way we are able to free up some space for the main disk. Okay, wonderful. So they can't really be whining about loud user space now. As far as the connection issues go, I'll try not to be too distracted by it, and if within half an hour we still have a problem with it, mm, I will have to start looking for countermeasures to address this unacceptable issue on the side of the ISP. First, I will try to solve it by myself on my own end, and then if I can't, then I will have to schedule 2 or 3 streams in a different time slot from what I usually do to talk really energetically with the people on my ISP. Very well. But so far we don't really see anything bad. Tell you what, I'm going to even reduce the bitrate outgoing by another 500 kilobytes. Today it doesn't matter anyways because it's going to be pretty much a reading stream anyways. So I guess it doesn't matter too much. Oh, but there is actually something else that we need to take care of before we start on today's main topic. Do you know what that might be? Do you imagine what such a thing might be? Well, I'm just going to show you. Okay. Um, Bit of a studio full screen. Okay. Just permit me 1 minute. We're back. We have returned. But we're gonna take the book apart here for a moment. And it's this page, a studio full screen, that we're going to hide. It's going to look a bit strange if we have main static here, so. Yeah, okay. So what are we going to do in here? We are going to be fixing my beautiful hair. I'm thinking maybe instead of having a monotone hair color, I could have oh, no. Okay. 9 blah 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 blah. Okay, we're gonna copy this hex code and we're gonna apply it here on 240. Paste the last multiply color. Good. Now we're going to go to this darker color and we're gonna paste, by the way, the last multiply color, and we're going to use the darker hair root on this color. But it doesn't really seem good, does it? Let's just try it for now, and I want to see if like keeping the tips a bit on a lighter tone, like maybe that actually makes it seem a teensy bit better. But I don't. No, this is not the tip. Still, even if it's not, how about like this? Yeah, something that doesn't like cut out. Something that doesn't cut out too much. Okay, what hair color is this? What layer is this? 244, alright. Paste the last multiply color over here and like in the very tip, and then now there is one more. 245. Okay, excellent. Paste the last multiply color and this one should be like almost green. Oh, but I think I know what the problem with this one is. It's too dissonant with the... No, it's too toxic if it is very unsaturated. There. Maybe like this. here and only a teensy bit darker. If it's contrasting, then it is not grayer. Yeah, it doesn't contrast as bad if it is. There. It's okay if it is multicolored, but that should only be be added as an accent. I don't think it's going to be very useful as a. In the meantime, we're going to use this. No, sorry, What is it? What is it? What is the? What did I save up the hex codes? Because I'm not sure which. Let's try this hex code maybe for. Or actually, I think I might have an idea. What hex code it is? This one? E36 E36588. Okay. E36588. Or FF83D3. FF83D3. That's this one. It's not too nice, is it? I think I vastly preferring the previous one. E36588, I think. Oh. Oh, oh right, we're missing an E there. And maybe like a teensy bit lighter, not too red, too gentle, this is too dry. We can make it maybe a bit dark, only like up to here in dark. And over here, this is as far as I'm willing to go. So let me write it down, this hex color. F367-8E. Okay, fine. And I never really used the screen color because it's just not. Like maybe if you wanted to do something really surreal with this, like maybe it could work. Actually, this could work as an angelic design, come to think of it. But normally I don't really do anything with the screen. And now with the screen, we copied this one. What? Well, okay. This one or this one? Let me know what you think. I'm thinking, or maybe we simply leave the shirt as white. let's see. This color is a bit too tall, I'm afraid. Although really they don't seem to be much different. This kind of cyan, I prefer it more. In the meantime, let's actually use this one as the last color. Although we should use a different color type for... Yes, yeah, we should adapt the color tone to the wider area so that it doesn't really like get super. It should be like a gentle pink, kinda like the previous model, kinda think of it. And this one could have a teensy tinier bit of contrast, so that way they don't stand out like too badly. Okay, and let me copy this and let me add this on this, and now let me copy this and let me add this on the outer sleeve. Paste less multiply color, just to have just for me to have a feel of which one feels better for the time being. But I think that pink highlights with cyan background, they really do feel better, right? Even maybe I could do like the undershirt is colored and the overcoat is white with a small design. Sorry about that. For the meantime, let's write this one too. I do apologize, given that I seem to have gotten significantly distracted. Tell you what, I'm going to stay with this color scheme for today, and we shall see how it feels. But I think yes. Okay, I think I know how I'm going to do this part. I'm going to like dye the hair just a few hair strands more. Customize model, customize screen, multiply. Don't take too long. And this color, we'll use this color. $109. This really big body of hair. 228, right? No, 227. Now 229. Thank you for not selecting 229. 228, sorry. I know that at first it's going to look very dull, but we will add further tonality to the hair strands in the near future. So do not worry. Don't you worry your pretty little head about that. $311, right? Yes. 310. And I imagine just 309. We can leave this hair strand to be painted over later. These two hair strands will remain as they are here. Okay, 225. And just two more hair strands in the background. Yeah, these two, and then we're done for today. $317, right? Yes. 318. I imagine that they're following the same logic of the Hermes numbering going on a straight line. So that way, most of the hair on one side will be actually green, and a good amount of the hair in this other part will be, and the other side will be gray. This part, however, I want to do something special with it though. $31, right? Yes. And then there's this almost transparent part here. Yes. Okay. Whew. Let's write this down too. Oh. And we can start with or we can almost start with with today's topic. There is one last thing that I want to try. I do apologize that I am being so distractful today. No, I prefer it to be full body here. A little bit bigger. Okay. Just a teensy bit bigger. I guess it's okay like this. Okay, fine, like this. Oh, no, actually, that's right, me. Okay, fine. All right. What is Vtuber Studio Move about? I guess it will be here, Vtuber Studio 3. No. Where is it though? I don't. Just Fed, blah blah blah. Studio Vinebroom, main static, Vtuber Studio 3. That's so strange. I cannot find. Or did I accidentally delete the... Okay, tell you what I'm going to do now. I'm just gonna change the name here. Beautiful, okay. Filter Vcubic. Now, how is it looking? It's looking okay. Sponta, grazie mille per essere tornato con la trasmissione. Grazie, grazie. Thank you, thank you. Technically, you're not into library. That makes it clickbait. No, it's just created advertisement. It simply is created advertisement. Natalie, that reminds me I should enter Discord now that my computer is in at 100% GPU. Okay. Okay. I said there was one more thing that we needed to try out, right? Yes, First, I need to open filters here and I'm going to change to add a noise. What CPU are we using right now actually? Why is Windows Explorer using 10% CPU? I'm sorry? Is there something in the background? Oh yeah, Windows Explorer gets using like processing power in the background. It didn't ask for, it did not ask for my permission or anything, or I guess Windows is doing something wacky in the background. Anyways, and just give me 1 minute, I need to bring an instrument. Okay, so I had my keyboard with me. Oh, grazie mille per seguire, grazie, grazie. Grazie mille a Elevate13, Elevate13 per seguire questo canale. Grazie, grazie mille. Thank you so much. You're amazing. Actually, because you're so sweet to follow the channel, you're getting a special performance. Aren't you a lucky one, right? An elevating performance, as a matter of fact. Okay, supposedly you should be listening to this. Even for me, this is actually pretty loud. So wait. Yeah, right, right, yes, now I remember. I really need to learn more tunes, but okay, thank you so very much, Elevate, for following the channel. Grazie, grazie, thank you so very much. I will sing you your favorite song in reward as well. Okay, now I need to check out if the other song, like, the thing is I just can't remember any particular songs here. I'm just gonna do the major scale because I want to see how the um sound, the noise remover. Now I'm going to do it with the less aggressive sound remover. What was the little downwards jingle we did with? Something like that, right? La, sol, re bemol, re bemol. La, sol, re bemol. But we're not starting on the right note. Okay. And now we're gonna try it like really loud. Like this sounds firm. And at least I am pretty sure that now you're like listening to it pretty solidly. I mean, I am listening to it really solid, really strongly, so that's for sure. Well, technically, this thing actually has different instruments, you know. I just don't particularly care much for the other. It's a celeste. For the MIDI sound of the other organs. So I never really used them too much. And if I wanted to have MIDI sounds, I could just do them on MuseScore. So you know, it's not really. There isn't really much of a point for me in my context or situation to be doing the utilizing the MIDI library of this keyboard. But you know, I will hope to buy myself a few more instruments in the near future someday. I want to buy a recorder flute. I think that will be really useful for me. Oh. And hey, what do you know? A classic Alconese stream where we spent an entire hour before getting into the actual topic. I guess it wouldn't be Alconese without some fun, right? Okay, I'll be back soon. ¿Tienes hambre? Oye. En un rato, ¿sí? Okay. Tell me some bedtime stories to read for you, Amici. Do you have any favorite bedtime stories? Díganme algunas historias de cuentos para dormir, Amici. ¿Tienen algunos cuentos para dormir favoritos? What are your favorite ones? Tell me. Please do tell me. I think that we can start with the main topic now. For that matter, let us try to increase the bitrate a bit more. By this hour we should be able to. I'm gonna be thinking of. Do we start with bedtime stories or do we start with Shakespeare? I'm not sure which one I want to go for first. Okay. Right, I forgot to update the mouse. I want to see if I can select. Right, Wikipedia should have Wikisource should have Aesop's fables. And at least we can start with those. Unless of course someone else has something that they want to suggest. Bedtime story for ending? Actually that would be an excellent idea. We can do a few bedtime stories first. And we go back to bedtime stories to conclude the stream. We could make it as a sort of a sleep aid stream. Actually, I really like that idea. Thank you so very much. This part is a bit too high because we established that my guitar could only go until La 5. But how about I'm gonna turn on the desktop source, desktop audio mixer, so you can listen what I mean. If I buy a recorder, I will do this part with recorder, and around this part it fades into guitar playing. I think that could actually be pretty cool. And in this part, we don't have any with the keyboard or with the guitar. We don't have access to the sixth octave, right? Because sol, si, re, mi, fa, sol, and this will be a sol de la quinta, si, quinta, do. ¿Será? ¿Estoy leyendo esto bien? Let's see. Sol, si, re, fa, sol. Sol, la. Ok, la primera línea por encima del pentagrama es la de la quinta octava. Un la de la quinta octava. La, si, do sexta. I guess we can make it work too, but we're gonna need to use all the instruments for this. And in this part, if I use the guitar here, I can keep the same bass note and use different upper notes to make different chords. That way it is still singing the melodical line, but it just gives it some variety. It needs that final note. Or I guess we can just make it like follow the same note, even if that is kinda unsatisfying, or we just lower it one note, like. I know that there is a way to make these things work if I am skilled and determined enough. Also, we shouldn't really sleep on this part either. Okay. Yeah, I really ought to buy a recorder flute because that will give me access to higher. Let's see actually. Not range of recorder flute. They go pretty high. Well, the C tenor doesn't go that high, but the recorder is a range of roughly 2 octaves, but it also really depends on the type of flute that you get. Okay. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted there. Uh, Let me clean out some parts in here, and I'm just now noticing that even what I consider proper English, I think it's very much a sort of affected accent, which in itself isn't bad, but it's not the true essence of what I am looking for when it's not the true essence of what I am looking for when I am trying to actually communicate correctly. It's what I think I got this kind of accent from when I was studying for the Cambridge exam. I guess that the quote unquote correct pronunciation sort of stuck around. Well, well. Mm, mm, mm. Wikisource has sus fables. Okay, let's start. We're going to start with a few fables. After that, we're going to do a few anime speeches just to have some fun with voice acting. And I like the idea of ending the stream with making it a sort of a sleep aid kind of thing. Um, sorry, yeah, making it a kind of a sleep aid sort of thing. Um, with reading some final bedtime stories. What is file co-authorship? I don't want a file co-authorship. I just think this Windows. Just simply Windows. Hmm. Internet connection is proving itself a little bit unstable, but I don't think there is anything. Okay, I need to look for that file co-authorship process because it's clearly going to be a source of problems. No, it's not services, it's detail. File co. No, it's apparently a self-closing process. Huh? Zero space on my C drive? Windows, what in the world did you do? So that's the problem. Okay, I am sorry. An incredibly stupid program decided to do an incredibly stupid stuff. So an installer. I'm going to look for an old installer in the downloads folder. The installer for DaVinci Resolve. Okay, we grab that and we delete that. Done. Okay, don't bother me again. Windows. Okay, we're gonna use here general text or the credit text. Now reading bedtime stories. It's a typical one, I know, but we had to start with something, right? Also, we should have something cozy for for reading. So how about um I turn on the fire a little bit. Beautiful. Okay. I'll come by in 2 minutes. I do beg to pardon if my reading is less than perfect at this time. It is not something that I have a ton of experience with. Reading properly, reading to an audience, that is. Thus, if I make a few mistakes, I do hope that you will know to forgive me. Roasting marshmallows. You know, I tried to eat a marshmallow once, but I didn't roast it, I didn't cook it in any way, so I just ate a raw marshmallow and I didn't like. Ever since then, I didn't like marshmallows. It it was not my smartest moment. I will admit to that. Ah, it is still after all these years, it is still difficult for me to keep the custom of actual English vowels. Well, that's part of why we're doing this stream, to try to correct that ESL tendency. So, let's begin. The Boy Who Cried Wolf. I think we can do. Wait. The Boy Who Cried Wolf is in an acid fable. I thought that. See, it is one of acid fables. Number 210, supposedly. Oh, okay, it's called The Shepherd's Boy and the Wolf. I am sorry, Paris numbering. I do apologize that I know it by the way that 90% of people in the human world know the fable. Re. Re. Fine, okay, The Shepherd's Boy and the Wolf. Fables of Aesop's and The Shepherd's Boy and the Wolf. Let's just go for the longest, the most recent translation. All fables brought up to date. Just for fun and with apologies to Aesop. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. One moment. Wait, these stories are a bit too short. I don't think that I'm pretty sure that the Shepherd's Boy story is longer than 2 paragraphs, right? No. Oh, apparently they are. Apparently they are really, really short. That's funny. Maybe it's because I tend to think of Goldilocks and Red Riding Hood and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure that bedtime stories are a bit longer, aren't they? Ah, we're going to do one thing here. We're going to enter ASMR run traders for a moment, and We're going to under control studio mode. In ASMR room 2 we're going to add a browser capture. We're going to select Brave Browser Story Reading, and Brave Browser Story Reading is going to pick up on this. And beautiful. That way, you Amici can also see the story as I'm reading it. And just for my comfort, for now, I'm going to add a long hotkey. What is a good hotkey that I can add? I want a medium type hotkey, not left window. Okay, function 15. So, transition to hide, vanish, adjustments. Shortcuts in ASMR room 2. I mean, if we can find ASMR room 2. We're not. Okay, here it is. ASMR room 2, excellent. Brave browser started reading, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's probably going to make things a bit more comfortable for me in the meantime. The Shepherd's Boy and the Wolf. A shepherd's boy was tending his flock near a village, and thought it would be great fun to hoax the villagers by pretending that a wolf was stuck in the sheep. So he shouted out, "Wolf! Wolf!" And when the people came running, he laughed at them for their pains. He edicted more than once, and every time the villagers found they had been hoaxed, for there had been no wolf at all. At last, a wolf really did come, and the boy cried, "Wolf! Wolf!" as loud as he could. But the people were so used to hearing him call that they took no notice of his cries for help. And so, the wolf had it all in his own way. Jesus. And killed off sheep after sheep at his leisure. What is the moral of the story, Amici? Yes, that's exactly right. You cannot believe. Actually, you cannot believe a liar even when he tells the truth. You cannot. Okay. Let's go back to Aesop's fables. Okay, this one is called The Dog, the Cock, and the Fox. So it's kind of up our alley. Let's pick Joseph Jacob here. A Joseph Jacob starting. the dog, and the fox. Okay. Oi, just cutting out. Oh, the wolf just attacked, just ate the ship? I thought he went the Red Riding Hood way and attacked the village. I always thought that the wolf ate the liar boy himself. I mean, I am pretty sure that in some of the versions of the story, he does eat the lion boy himself. This is actually the first time that I hear of him, of the wolf character, killing of the eating of the sheep. But no, it wouldn't really be like a moral story, I think, or like a fable, if the townspeople ended up being hurt because of the misdeeds of the lion boy, I think. But maybe you could also see it that it's a way of telling the people, hey, if you trust someone that is irresponsible and a liar with the safety of your village, then maybe this person will unintentionally f you over because of him lying so much or something like that. I could kinda see it in that context. We should read Red Riding Hood too, by the way. One, the dog, the and the fox. One moonlight night, a fox was prowling about a farmer's hen coop, and saw a rooster roosting high out beyond his reach. Cock-a-doodle! 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 What is a good voice for a rooster? Good news! Good news! He cried. Why? What is that? He said to rooster. King Lion has declared an universal truce. No peace my heart appears henceforth, but all shall dwell together in brotherly friendship. Why, that is good news, said the cock. And here I see someone coming, with one we can share the good tidings. And so saying, he craned his neck forward and looked afar off. Why? What is it that you see? Said the fox. It is only my master's dog coming towards us. What? Going so soon? He continued, as the fox began to turn away as soon as he had heard the news. Will you not stop and congratulate the dog on the reign of universal peace? I will gladly do so, said the fox, but I fear he might not adhere of the King Lion's decree. What is the moral of the story, Amici? I mean, it says it here, but... Exactly. Very, very well. It is indeed true that cunning often outwits itself. And many times have I observed that someone tries to make a really detailed and really careful plan, even when this person in question is actually very smart and very clever, but eventually they tend to end up fall by their own petard, and that very same clever plan, which they thought will make a wonderful trap, ends up resulting in their own detriment. But you know what, in my experience, has rarely, if ever, resulted in a person's own detriment? To live an honest life, to speak with honesty, and to act with the bestest of intentions to all people. So that's why it is so important not to be a cunning fox, but an honest god. Yeah. Okay, one more. One more recipe. Not at the top of the page, come on, Fables of Aesop. List of Fables. Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. No. Oh, this is the page index. Oh, here we had the list of fables, alright. The mountains in label. I will pick one. I'll try and pick one that interests me. The man, the boy, and the donkey. The man and his two wives. Okay. We need to find out what this is all about. Okay. Aesop. The fable of the man and his two wives. In the old days, when men were allowed to have many wives, a middle-aged man had one wife that was old and one that was young. Each loved him very much and desired to see him like herself. Now the man's hair was turning grey, which the young wife did not like, as it made him look too old for her husband. So, every night she used to comb his hair and pick out the white ones. But the elder wife saw her husband growing grey, which it... Huh? Oh, okay, I think I read it now. But the elder wife saw her husband growing grey with great pleasure, for she did not like to be mistaken for his mother. So, every morning she used to arrange his hair and pick out as many of the black ones as she could. The consequence was, the man soon found himself entirely bald. Well, that's a terrible fate. Jesus. Just so people know, this is what the school kids grew up before the compulsory schooling around the time of the Industrial Revolution. This was the education that children received in the past. Lesson: if you had two wives, you go bald. No wonder we don't have polygamy anymore. Jesus, those consequences will be devastating. Okay, so aside from going bald, which do you think is the moral of this fable, Amici? You could see that the man had two masters, or I guess you could say in this case, two mistresses. Thus, he could not dedicate himself solely to one command and one way of life. People had contradicting demands of him, and thus he ended up giving everything that he had. It could be said then that if you yield to all, sorry. If you yield to all, you will soon have nothing to yield. God, I love reading so much. I really miss doing this. Let's see. Red Riding Hood. Green Brothers tales are probably a bit longer, actually, come to think of it. And because they ought to still be on the public domain. I don't know why I'm thinking about this right now, but I actually seen a few anime characters cosplaying as Red Riding Hood. That is to say, a fan artist that makes, for example, the protagonist Giro Hyoka cosplaying as Red Riding Hood. With Oreki, like the male lead as the wolf, and that was so cute. That was absolutely adorable. In the later versions, the story continues: a woodcutter, German Jagger, literally hunter. Here. We're only going to read a fragment though. Hello to Anela Indy, Anela Inforie. Grazie mille per venire a questa trasmissione, grazie. Hello, ciao, hola, come stai? Yo espero que estés teniendo un hermoso día. I hope that you are having an amazing, wonderful day. Is there a particular bedtime story that you would like me to read? Do let me know. We are going to read a bit of Red Riding Hood now. Now, relationship to other tales display similarities to stories from classical Greece and Rome. But we should have a wiki source link later on, right? The complete set of Green's fairy tales, references. She also generally takes you to other works, other sources. English wiki source has original text related to. Okay, yeah, excellent. You know, it really is very unfortunate that Wikipedia Academy never really took off, did it? It would have been really cool to have a collected or a known place, a known open source place to deposit knowledge in an organized manner that people could use as a course. English English language versions of Rotkapjan by Jacob Green and Bethel C. Little Red Cap. English language translations of Le Petit Chaperon Rouge. We're going to use this newest one, I think. You speak Spanish very well. Thank you. Gracias. Muchas gracias. Es mi lenguaje nativo. Soy de Sudamérica. It's nice to meet you. It is wonderful to meet you too. From Costa Rica. That's amazing. Thank you so much for stopping by. ¿Es la comida que cocinan en Costa Rica muy rica? Lo siento. Oh, no. Perdón. Prometo que normalmente no hago chistes tan malos. I promise that I normally don't do as many bad jokes. But seriously, I am so happy to hear from someone from Costa Rica. I did hear that it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful place with lovely, lovely people. Well, I am seeing a lovely, amazing person from Costa Rica right now, so the rumors are true. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Let's start reading. Yeah, Little Red Riding Hood is a little bit longer. Are you sure about that? Jokes. Let's not scare of the new person. I worry already that he or she is already going like, such a bad joke. Why? I don't want them to be scared at the bad jokes. But yeah, I do a lot of puns. You might even say I am. Wait, I'm trying to think of a good joke. let's start reading. Little Red Riding Hood, written by Jacob Grimm and Wilhelm Grimm. Once upon a time, there lived in a certain village a little country girl, the prettiest creature was ever seen. Her mother was excessively fond of her, and her grandmother doted on her much more. This good woman got made for her a little Red Riding Hood, which became the girl so extremely well that everybody called her the Little Red Riding Hood. One day, her mother, having made some girdle cakes, said to her, let's see, old person, mature person voice. Oh, my dear, and see how thy grandmama does. Oh no, it's her mother. Okay, sorry. Let's do a MILF boy, I guess. MILF boy voice, I guess. Yeah. Go, my dear, and see how thy grandmama does. For I hear she has been very ill. Carry her a girdle cake and this little pot of butter. Little Red Riding Hood set out immediately to go to her grandmother, who lived in another village. As she was going through the wood, she met with Gaffer Wolf, who had a very great mind to eat her up. But he durst not, because of some... Okay. It's... well, I guess it's a good thing I didn't show the text on screen. Because of some farmers in the forest. He asked her whither she was going. The poor child, who did not know that it was dangerous to stay and hear a wolf talk, said to him, I am going to see my grandmama and carry her a girdle cake and a little pot of butter from my mama. Does she live far off? Said the wolf. Oh, I, answered Little Red Riding Hood. It is beyond that mill you see there, at the first house in the village. Well, said the wolf, and I'll go and see her too. I'll go this way, and you go that way. And we shall see who will be there soonest. The wolf began to run as fast as he could, taking the nearest way, and the little girl went by the farthest about, diverting herself in gathering nuts, running after butterflies, and making what even is that word? And making lollygagging of such little flowers that she met with. The wolf was not long before he got to the old woman's house. He knocked at the door. Tap, tap. Okay, we can do a small pause here. As a side note, it's important to remember that this story was written around, let's say, the 18th century or so, where there are a lot of things that we take for granted in life that maybe were not common back then. For example, maybe there was not as established of a police force. Maybe traveling from one city to another wasn't quite as safe as it is nowadays. And it's sometimes like a few things seem seem different or seem strange to us, like why the characters behave this way or that. Sometimes it has to do with the fact that it's an old story. Okay. Normally, people from other countries like rice with chicken, arroz con pollo, gallo pinto, and a good tamal with coffee. What is a tamal? A tamale. I think a tamal is an alcoholic drink, right? I am not too super sure about that. I tend to get lost when it comes to alcoholic drinks because I'm a teetotaler, so you understand. I don't drink alcohol, so like I tend not to know them very well. But I think a tamale is like a traditional drink from more from the Central American area, if I'm not mistaken, right? With coffee. Or is tamale a food? I don't quite remember. Okay, so the wolf knocked at the door. Tap tap. Who's there? Your grandchild, Little Red Riding Hood, replied the wolf, counterfeiting her voice. Who has bought you a girdle cake and a little pot of butter, sent to you by Mama? The good grandmother, who was in bed because she found herself somewhat ill, cried out. Sorry, just one moment. Fall the bag and the ball will fall. The wolf pulled the bag and the door opened. And then presently he fell upon the good woman and ate her up in a moment. Mogu, 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 mogu. For it was about 3 days that he had not touched a bit. Okay. Look, Amici, I need you to be honest with me. I am not the only one who, for one briefest moment, thought like he had not touched a bit, like sounded kinda sus, right? Please tell me I am not the only person. Oh dear. Also, where is my videos in progress, props for clips? What are my sound effects? Okay. He then shut the door and went into the grandmother's bed, expecting Little Red Riding Hood, who came some time afterwards, and knocked at the door. Tap tap. Who's there? Little Red Riding Hood, hearing the big voice of the wolf, was at first afraid, but, believing her grandmother had got a cold and was hoarse, answered, "This your grandchild, Little Red Riding Hood, who has brought you a curdle cake and a little pot of butter. Mama sends you." Sorry, I just can't really do it. "And a little pot of butter, Mama sends you." I can't do the younger voice right unless I really get into it, sorry. I need to train my voice acting a lot more. The wolf cried out to her, softening his voice as much as he could. "Fall the back and the board will fall." Sorry. Little Red Riding Hood pulled the back and the door opened. Sorry, I'm trying to look for. The wolf, seeing her come in, said to her, hiding himself under the bedclothes, "Pop the cake and a little pound of butter, unpump the bread bin, and come and lie down with me." Little Red Riding Hood. What? I'm sorry? Fuck this. Little Red Riding Hood went into the bed. Where being greatly. Actually, this is a perfect song. I'm sorry? Being greatly amazed to see her grandmother look in her nightclothes. Why? She said to her, "Grandmama, what great arms you had got." This the better to hug thee, my dear. "Grandmama, what great legs you had got." That's too round. That, oh, you know, I actually know what I'm going to use this one. Let me check out the. "Grandmama, what great legs you had got." That is to run the better, my child. No. "Grandmama, what great eyes you had got." It is to see the better, my child. "Grandmama, what great teeth you had got." That is to eat thee up. And, saying these words, the wicked wolf fell upon Little Red Riding Hood and ate her all up. and most rewire legs hated. Funny thing, apparently, it wasn't super common for women to shave their legs before the 18th century. Apparently, it just wasn't really a thing that women did. And I do apologize that I got a little bit like shocked at that one part of the tale. I just really did not expect one. This is the one without the woodcutter. Yeah, this is like the sad ending. Unfortunate, but I guess it serves better as a fable, as a cautionary tale. Remember, this is before there were things like schools or teachers, etc. So this is one of the ways that parents taught their children to survive. So it really gets it better into the heads of the kids of don't tell strangers where you are going and stuff like that. If Red Riding Hood actually dies on the story. I don't know why she had to like change her clothes or something before getting into the bed. That really fucked me up. Why? Why? Well, it was a different time, I guess. Green Brothers story indeed. Quite the Green Brothers story. It was actually, at least Red Riding Hood, the original version isn't as dark as I fear it will be. So, the moral. What is the moral of this story, Amici? From this short story, we discern what conducts all young people ought to learn. What about all young, growing pieces fair, with orange rosy blooms begin to bear? Will beauties in the fragrant spring of age, with pretty airs, young hearts are apt to engage? Ill do they listen to all sort of tongues, like some season incant and lure like siren songs. No wonder, therefore, this, if overpowered, so many of them has the wolf devoured. The wolf, I say, for wolves too, sure there are, of every sort and every character. Some of them mild and gentle humoured be, of noise and gall and rancor wholly free. Would tame, familiar, full of complaisance, ogle and leer, languish, cajole and glance. Where are we going with this, man? With luring tongues and language wondrous which all our young ladies as they walk the street, even to their very houses, nay bedside, and artful tutor through the signs they hide. Yet these simpering wolves! Who does not see most dangerous of wolves indeed they be? Jesus, this sure was alright. Oh yeah, it is not exactly. This is hardly the first time that I heard of the story or the fable of Red Riding Hood also being a bit of a metaphor for the importance of a young lady protecting her chastity. But well, Falco minus 20 HP. That I really did not expect things to go into that direction. Anela 02104, you read the book very well. Thank you so much for coming by the stream. Thank you. Grazie mille per venire a questa trasmissione. Thank you. I imagine a lot of people prefer going to Twitch because there's less delay, right? Well, less delay, and I imagine the image fidelity is better. Sorry. Sometimes I've been wondering if I should keep on multi-streaming or not, but I do know that there are a lot of people that vastly prefer one platform over the other. And generally, if there are people that are like, I'm okay with both platforms, they tend to go more for Twitch because Twitch is better, has a better architecture, has a better structure for actual live streams compared to YouTube. Because I generally consider YouTube more as my home than Twitch. I will be honest. But I know that a lot of people like sorry. But I know that a lot of people like Twitch as well. You read the book very well. Thank you so much. I used to be very into theater when I was like very oh no very young. I kind of wish I would have pursued that a bit more. And when I was still young but a little bit taller, I really like reading. Like I really love literature. One thing that I am pretty sad actually is that I never got around to finishing La Historia del Curioso Hidalgo Don Quixote de la Mancha, the first part of the book of Don Quixote. And it's embarrassing, but you know why I stopped reading? I got bored at the story of El Curioso Impertinente, the impertinent curious man. I don't know, I just felt that it was so outside the main story of Don Quixote that I just like got a bit lost. It kinda took me out of the book. But you wanna know why I feel so guilty about it? Obviously, the author, Miguel de Cervantes, doesn't mention this in the book itself, but El Curioso Impertinente is essentially his autobiography detailing the time that he was kept in slavery. So I feel super guilty that I got bored by it. Not good, not good. Okay, and I do also wish to apologize for one last thing. Um, the sound effects, I know that they were kinda clumsily added and the timing was pretty off in more than one bit. I literally thought of the idea of using sound effects on the fly, on the go. So that's why I was completely unprepared for. If I did had better preparation, I probably. If I had better preparation, I probably would have set up some hotkeys for the sound effects to get a better timing. But I will say, even despite all the crazy stuff that the the story gave me a left hook with, I really enjoyed reading the story. I really enjoyed doing the voices, and I really enjoyed doing the little faces at different parts. I guess I really do like acting, huh? I do like theater. Okay, so I'm going to take a 2 minute break, and I will probably play a Twitch chat while I am going to an idol meeting and resting a bit. When I'm back, we are going to do a few apologies, a few anime monologues. So I'm going to start with a bit of Griffith voice acting, and then I will try to do voice acting of other characters. The reason why I want to do that section is twofold. On the one hand, as I mentioned, I really like voice acting, and I really want to improve my voice in that aspect. And on the other, it will also be an exercise to do what I call shadowing, or one of the best ways to really adopt and perfect the pronunciation of your target language. And shadowing is essentially you listen to a native speaker and attentively listen again and try to repeat exactly the way that the native speaker said it. I'm going to show you how it is about. But I'm going to go to the bottom for a bit. Okay, I'm going to play a Twitch chat. Alright? See you soon. And I'll be back in two. I'll be back. No. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Wow, that was loud. Well, I'm sorry, my my brain is still reeling from some of the unexpected stuff in Little Red Riding Hood. But let us see. YouTube, right? Yes. Now, I do not know if it would be a good idea for me to play the full audio of the video for perhaps obvious reasons. So I will likely keep the desktop audio off. But wait, actually, could you guys even listen to the? Oh yeah, yeah, you could have listened to the other because yeah, 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 yeah. I will keep the desktop audio off. So you and Michi will see the the video itself, which I'm going to show, the YouTube video. But you will not be able to hear the audio. Only I will be able to, and that will also permit me to have an channel of isolated audio in such a way that I can sorry in such a way that I can confidently check whether or not it is working right. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I don't know why I'm so nervous. Better over here, I think. Mm, here and here. Oi, what are you? Okay. Paneles, controles, cerrar. Okay, I think that actually we could like place this below. Oh, not pure data browser, source, sorry, I Brave browser. Actually, because my eyes are gonna be looking on the other side, I think it's better if we do it the other way around. Like this, yes. What is this background? Okay. Why am I? Why am I so nervous? But If there's one thing I can do, then that it is to win. This video is so stupid, no. Okay, let's go. One thing I can do, then for the dead, it is to win. Keep winning. I attain my dream. No, I think the better way for me to do it is to do it after. But if there is one thing I can do for them, for the dead, it is to win. And keep winning until I attain my dream. A dream they clung to and risked their lives for. No, he doesn't say it with that kind of pain. A dream they clung to and risked their lives for. I can't just step over the bounds of the dead in order to realize it. My dream is already smeared with blood. I don't regret. I don't feel guilty. I actually never liked this line in the dub, by the way. Manga Griffith will have never said that. And I am pretty sure he never said anything like that in this scene. In the manga. I don't regret. I don't feel guilty. But I'd rather sacrifice myself than watch any more innocent children die in the sake of my dream. Yeah, I should probably pause the video and like the... yeah, okay, yeah. So as to not show anything stupid. Subtitles. Okay. Why do most men commit to affairs that result in bloodshed? Isn't that what your Highness asked me during the hunt? Why do most men commit to affairs that result in bloodshed? Listen very closely. There is also a bit of a plosive in must. Why do most men commit to affairs that result in bloodshed? Why do most men commit to affairs that result in bloodshed? Why do most men commit to affairs that result in bloodshed? Why do most men commit to affairs that result in bloodshed? Why do most men commit to affairs that result in bloodshed? Men commit to affairs that result in bloodshed. Why do most men commit to affairs that result in bloodshed? Isn't that what you asked me during the hunt? You will also note that, well, there isn't much of this, certainly not as much as when someone is singing, for example. Good voice acting also tends to have a upwards and lower and downwards lilt, or a musicality of the pitch. You will notice that people don't normally talk in like a monotone way. Like, is that what you asked me during the hunt? Isn't that what you asked me during the hunt? But it is emphasized, it is made prettier, more elegant when you are, when you are voice acting. Especially in the case of the voice actor of Griffith, who is supposed to be like a really wise and a really illuminated character. But the variation is very small. I will be surprised if the variation from the lowest note to the highest note is even more than a full tone or a one and a half tone or something like that. I really am sorry that I am being so nerdy, by the way. First, the result in bloodshed. Isn't that what you asked me during the hunt? And how he tries to be more warm and polite. It is true. No, it is true. He doesn't use an I phonetic when he speaks the true part. He goes into a darker with a darker vowel. It is true. Not it is true. It is true. Men possess a side that is barbarous, as you have observed. And I still can get it, right? I still just fall back into the pure vowels. Instead of natural English that kinda meshes the vowels together. Men possess a side that is barbarous. And there is, that is barbarous, as you have observed. This is shadowing, by the way. What I'm doing when I'm talking at the same time as Griffith, that is a big part of shadowing. It is true. Men possess a side that is barbarous, as you had already observed. Go- True. Men possess a side that is barbarous, as you had observed. Men possess a side that is barbarous, as you have observed. But it is a double-edged sword. Winning precious things as well as protecting them. But it is a double-edged sword. It can be used for obtaining precious things as well as but it is a double-edged sword. It can be used to for obtaining precious things as well as protecting them. You can even tell also, obviously because our vocal folds are different, we naturally rest in different pitches. I am pretty sure that Griffith's voice actor is naturally resting at a lower pitch than I am. For some men, these are the most precious. Now, even unintentionally fascinating, isn't it? I am sorry. I do imagine that for a lot of people, this is probably not like super interesting. But even without intending, I end up landing at emphasizing a different word than than the line that Griffith's voice actor actually uses. Even if I just heard the actual phrase just now. But it's fascinating, right? How the voice just kind of lands into certain patterns. For some men, these are the most precious. For some men, these are the most precious. Where do he place the accent though? The most. These are the most. These are the most precious. For some men, these are the most precious. But I believe, but I believe that beneath them, there is something there is something even more precious than this. Another big part of voice acting, of course, is getting into the head of the character. What is the character really feeling, and what is his mental landscape and philosophical conception, so to say, behind behind the words that he is saying. Most people will say it as what is the character feeling when he is speaking, but I think that gives a very, 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 very incomplete picture. These are the most precious. For some men, these are the most precious. But I believe that beneath them, there is something even more precious than this. Also, a little note that I would like to make here. I generally love the English PA for Griffith. And this doesn't go into the voice actor himself, but as the voice direction, how he was taught to play Griffith, most likely. English Griffith or English dub Griffith, or specifically 96 anime English dub Griffith, sometimes comes off as a bit too heroic and as a bit too selfless. Selfless. For example, you know that line that we heard earlier about him not sacrificing himself for the sake of sacrificing himself so that more children didn't have to die or anything like that? That was not in the manga and it was not in the original Japanese dub either. In the original Japanese dub, Griffith simply talks about admitting and recognizing that it was stupid of him to think that um, a dream of such ambition and scope as his, of having a kingdom, etc., it just wasn't realistic of him to think that he could achieve that without getting his own hands dirty or without sacrificing parts of his own body for the concretion of that dream. And him sleeping with the literal ugly Jason was pretty much him recognizing that. But there was nothing about him wanting to do it so that no innocent children will die or anything like that. Griffith doesn't care. Griffith sees other humans as simply tools for the concretion of a greater plan or a greater ambition. And additionally, you actually can see him fighting or being very uncomfortable with that side of himself or with the summation, the conclusion of the ideologies that he adheres to through most of the golden age. It's not even until the god can really, really torture him and really, really brainwash him that he fully accepts that or that he fully goes into that. Okay, sorry. Bunch of stuff no one cares about. Excuse me. They are driven to pursue it, and they are driven to pursue it solely for their own sake, and no other. Solely for their own sake, and no other. One man's dream can hold dominion over the entire world. For one who dedicates himself to the single forging of a single sword. One man's dream can hold dominion over the entire world. For one who dedicates his life to the forging of a single sword. You can tell how I'm not speaking too clearly, right? My speech is kinda. For one who dedicates his life to the forging of a single sword. While many can pursue their dreams in solitude, other dreams are like great storms that blow hundreds, even thousands. He doesn't have that kind of pain in the line. Other dreams are like great storms blowing hundreds, even thousands of dreams in their wake. Dreams breathe life into men and can cage them in suffering. And can cage them in suffering. Men live and die by their dreams. But long after they've been abandoned, they still smolder deep in men's hearts. They are dead. Okay. The despite with which he says it is. By the way, he doesn't say this line at all in the manga. He says something completely different. To live for no other reason than to survive the next day and to simply exist. I can't abide such a lifestyle. Some some see nothing more than life and death. They are dead, for they had no dreams. I I am a bit too gentle and too effeminate to really do Griffith's lines correctly. And can I say one thing that I actually really enjoyed about the voice acting of the '96 anime? A lot of the interpretations of many actors in future installments, um, they play Griffith as too feminine, as too much of a. Sometimes he feels almost like a woman. Griffith is very gentle, and maybe if you want to see it in that fanboy way or whatever, you can see him as a fanboy too. Um, but fundamentally, he is meant to be a dashing nobleman with the presence of something greater. So I always do feel it ashamed when they completely feminize Griffith because he, at his core, he has a deeply, profoundly masculine um, superhuman journey. So that's why I like, even if the English BA goes towards the melodramatic, um, I still like the manly way, the relatively masculine way which the English BA does the line, and also the way in which the '96 BA plays Griffith. If you heard the Japanese PA of Griffith in 96 anime, he actually tells, さすがだな. Ha, そうだね. Like in that very thick, manly way. He still sounds very gentle and he still sounds very polite, but you can tell that Griffith was like a fearsome warrior. Okay, let's continue. Uh, I'm sorry. One moment, please. I'm sorry. I seem to have gotten carried away. I hope that I had not bored you, my princess. Also, I don't know if that was intentional by the on the part of the anime, but Griffith looks so creepy in this part. Come on, come on, come on, come on. He looks kind of creepy here, right? We can be honest. It actually is pretty painful to see Casca um, being emotionally, you know. The manga actually made it a bit more painful. There is also one like an expression of regret and pain that the anime doesn't really show. In the manga, I mean. They are my able soldiers, it's true. They are dedicated comrades. They are dedicated comrades who sacrifice themselves for my dream so that it might be real. But, but, that does not make them friends. Not as offending. But, that does not make them friends. But, that does not make them friends. In my mind, a true friend never relies on another's dream. The man who will be my friend must ask The man who will be my friend must have his own reason for living. Beyond me, and he should put his heart and soul into protecting his dream. He should never hesitate to defend it, even against me. No, even against me. Me to call a man my friend, he must be equal to me in all respects. This is a trailer from the manga, by the way. I really love the way that Kentaro Miura sensei utilizes the kind of shoujo manga style framing or psychological positioning composition of images to really draw up the mental landscape of the characters. Miura really was a genius. Is. Miura sensei really is a genius. My fate has given me everything I have. My fate has given me everything I have. My fate has given me everything I have. And now, I have the honor of speaking to you, the princess of this kingdom. Oops. The princess of the kingdom, of the kingdom, of the kingdom. Come here, honey. Ooh. Wow. Okay. Um, we are actually going to do. You know what? We're going to do God's speech to not a speech, but like the Sparks speech. So I'm gonna look for that and I'm going to drink a little bit of water. I'll be back soon. Okay. Um. It seems to me we might be. It seems to me we might be. Wait. They are my able soldiers. It is true, but that does not make them my friend. It seems to me we might be running out of a bit slower. It seems to me we might be running out of time. Thus, I think I will only do this um, voice acting exercise, and after that, we will do two Shakespeare speeches. After that, I think we will go back to reading a few bedtime stories, and that shall be it. I do apologize that I did not end up doing everything that I set myself out to do, um, but I simply must sleep a bit early today. I hope you understand. Sorry. I hope you understand. Yes, I really need to have a very good articulation, so I really need to pay better attention to that. What a hot body. Destiny. My dream. My destiny. Gods obviously should be much stronger, but a lot of people tend to underestimate just how intelligent and insightful Gods is actually. Destiny. My dream. My destiny. Gods should sound a lot less gentler, but about as intelligent as Griffith. My destiny. Something kinda like that. So what? He did whatever he wanted up to the end, right? He did whatever he wanted right at the end, right? I bet he was happy. My destiny. My dream. Does this sword embody my dream? Go! You might wonder why I am trying to do. I'm trying to exercise the voice of a character that really doesn't fit me. That's precisely the reason. One of the ways that you can really try and challenge yourself as a good voice actor is by attempting to properly do a role that maybe you're not as that will not come as natural to you, and more importantly, it will teach you it will teach you one of the basics of voice acting, that the essence isn't about whether your voice is high or low or is this or is that, etc., but whether you can provide the character and inflection to your phonation. Even if, for example, I sound very soft, very small, can I sound kinda like the way that God talks in here? That is the main challenge that we want to do in this part. Does this does this word does this word does this word embody my dream? Actually, I like that cast. Guess so. Sorry, I just practice a pottery. Is this reality? Is this reality? It has always been on my side. Through pain I can hardly endure. Yes, this is part of me. Through pain I can hardly endure. Yes, this is part of me. No. Yes, this is part of me. Whenever I met death, my sword was with me as I moved past it. Whenever I met death, my sword was with me as I moved past it. Congrats! All the places I had seen and people I can never forget. And people I can never forget. I felt everything through the tip of my sword. There is something I'm just not getting right about God's acting. The mentality of gods is also a bit difficult for me to get into. I felt everything through the tip of my sword. And people I can never forget. I felt everything through the tip of my sword. This sword, this sword, this sword is the proof that I ever live. Ah! Reckless and unfocused. No, again. Reckless and unfocused. Goto. How did you decide? How did you decide to become a blacksmith? I love the way he says that. Family trade. Do you do you like it? I don't know. You don't know? One of the commenters in this video actually mentions that there is something like quite insightful about the innocence in Erika's answer. Like Erika likes it because it's fun, but the simple joy, innocent joy of just enjoying something. Wait, I'm gonna drink a little bit. Sorry, I don't know why. Hey, watch that, alright? Hey, watch that, alright? Before I could even walk. I've been gripping this thing since before I could even walk. I didn't choose. I didn't choose this. I didn't choose this. No. I didn't choose this. This is who I am. I just strike it. I just strike it. I don't think. I spent my youth desperate to forge a better sword. Before become a more skilled smith. Before I knew it, I was old. I don't even know what the fuck I strike the item for. I don't even know what the fuck I strike the item for. And if people are wondering, yes, I considered fuck to be less of a less terrible word than, that word. But there is still one thing I like about it. And Godo in this part is supposed to sound incredibly rude and incredibly word weary. He's a veteran, essentially. The sparks. The sparks. I like seeing sparks. I like seeing sparks. I like seeing sparks. Breathtaking. Breathtaking. Life. Oops. I like seeing sparks. Breathtaking. Life. Bursting before my eyes for just a moment. Life bursting in before my eyes for just a moment. My life. Just a moment. My life. That is why God has a much stronger, manlier vocal compression. Sparks. Born the clash. Sparks. The light born in the clash when two swords meet. The light born in the clash when two swords meet. They serve me as well. Throughout my life. No. Two swords meet. They serve me as well. Throughout my life. The moments and people that have defined me. They have all been illuminated by sparks. Well, this certainly has been quite the learning experience. Even if the main lesson that I got from this is that I really need to practice my English. Oh, dear me, I really do need to practice my English. Okay, give me a 2 minutes. I'm going to rest. I'm going to rest a little bit, and we are going to continue to the Shakespeare speech, to the Shakespeare speeches, right? Yes. Okay. Hi. Okay. Hmm. Okay, so at rest, when I'm not doing something very intense, I can sit at my computer is at a very comfortable 50% CPU usage even while streaming. And it doesn't seem to change much with video playing either. So that's good. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Okay. So, Shakespeare now. The Tempest script. Um, okay, I have the. I don't really know where in the script the speech that I want to do is. So these are actors. I'm just curious. What is the? It only says that it is in page 165, but it doesn't tell me the line. Um, go. Uh, this no. Let's see if it's in two of Act One, or maybe it is around the end of Act Three. I think this might be the. No, 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 not yet. Okay, it is Act Four, Scene One. Right. Okay. Now, disclaimer, full disclaimer. I had not seen a single Shakespeare play. I had seen some renditions of um, of this part, but normally I don't have much experience with Shakespearean material. So if I read some of these things in a strange way or anything like that, please do forgive me. It is not my intention. Please, nobody. Um, side streams. Actually, I had a better idea. I um audio application capture but audio. Excellent. And even if, for example, I don't want it to bother me, I am pretty sure I should be able to redirect the audio output to somewhere else. But that is a bit too extra. So this way, I can actually listen to the to a rendition of the Shakespearean play if I want to. Alright, yes. The Shakespeare solos. I will do the line just myself, just with my own interpretation, I think. I'm sorry, I am simply preparing some stuff. Okay. When is never sensory. Our revels now are ended. These are actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into thin air. And, like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the soaring temples, the great globe itself, yeah, all which you inherit shall dissolve. And, like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rag behind. Oh, sorry, wait, I pressed a wrong button and Windows did something so incredibly stupid that it's actually blowing my mind how stupid this is. Okay. Just one moment, please. Okay. Our revels now are ended. These are actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into thin air. And, like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the soaring temples, the great globe itself, yeah, all which you inherit shall dissolve. And, like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rag behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made in, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Sir, I am vexed. Bear with my weakness. My old brain is troubled. Be not disturbed with my infirmity. If you be pleased, retire into my cell until repose. A term or two I walk to still my beating mind. Okay. Wonderful. Now let's see how a real actor does it, shall we?
Our rebels now are in. These, our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits. Our rebels now are in. These, our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air.
He sounds so heartbroken.
This vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherits shall dissolve.
Natalie, I think that this is one of the most famous Shakespearean actors in the world.
Leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on. And our little life is rounded with a sleep.
Oh wow, he Natalie walking out of the stage is damn. Not bad.
Rebels now are in. Our rebels now are in.
Okay, now I will try to shadow it. Our rebels now are ended. These are actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. Like the faceless fabric of this vision, there are capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, stone temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherited shall dissolve. Like it is substantial pageant faded, leave not a rag behind. Not a rag behind.
We are such
Stuff as dreams are made on. And a little life rounded with sleep. Oh, and a little life is rounded with sleep. Let's try another one now. And I'm pretty sure this one is from Shakespeare subtitled. Excellent. What type of background music is this? Okay.
Our revels now are ended. These our actors.
Oh, okay. Subtitle is probably with simpler English words.
Spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision,
It's really quite striking and I'm totally amazed how charismatic this is.
the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, solemn temples,
Each word is meant to be really, really solemn and resonate.
great globe itself. All which it inherit shall dissolve.
This is a very emotionally intense delivery.
And like this insubstantial pageant faded,
Insubstantial.
leave not a wreck behind.
But I actually really like the mystical gravity that
We are such stuff as dreams are made on. And our little life is rounded with a sleep.
well, this is going to be pretty intense, so do wish me luck.
Our revels
Now,
Our
revels.
revels now are ended.
our revels now are
These
ended.
our actors,
These are
as I foretold
actors.
you, were all spirits.
As I foretold you, we're all spirits
And are melted into air,
and are melted into air,
into thin air.
into thin air.
And like the baseless fabric of this vision,
Unlike the baseless fabric of this vision,
the cloud-capped towers,
the cloud-capped towers,
the gorgeous palaces,
the gorgeous palaces,
solemn temples,
the solemn temples,
the great globe itself.
the great globe itself.
All which it inherit
Yeah, on all which it inherit
shall dissolve.
shall dissolve
And like this insubstantial pageant faded,
And like this insubstantial pageant faded.
leave not a wreck behind.
Leave not a wreck behind.
We are such stuff as dreams are made on.
We are such stuff as dreams are made on.
And our little life is rounded with a sleep.
And our little life is rounded with a sleep. Well, Shakespearean actor I am not, that is for sure. We can do we can do this line again. The Our Rebels Now Are Ended bit part, and we can do one more Shakespearean play. Do, because there is that part of King Lear that I really want to do as well. But let's do this for now. Our revels now are ended. These are actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the club-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the soaring temples, the great club itself. Yeah, all which it inherit shall dissolve. And, like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rag behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Sir, I am vexed. Bear with my weakness. My old brain is troubled. Be not disturbed with my infirmity. If you be pleased, retire into my cell, and there repose. A turn or two I walk, to still my beating mind. Okay, now we will go King Lear's Cornelius Dead. Or Cornelius Monologue, I don't know how it is, like say it actually. Oh, okay, here it is. I guess I'm going to listen to the rendition while I am looking for the script. And I guess it isn't too necessary if for you to actually watch the video. I am sorry, I do know that this isn't typical Vtuber stuff, but I actually am really liking the theater stuff. I hope that it is at least I hope that it is at least of interest to you. No. I hope that it is at least of interest to you. To sinking left.
How?
The full text here. Okay. Read the text.
How?
Wait, is this?
How? Oh, you are men of stones.
Okay.
Had I your tongues and eyes, I'd use them, so that heaven's vault should crack. She's gone forever.
Wow, King Lear is really long.
I know when one is dead and when one lives, she's dead as earth. Lend me a looking glass. If that her breath will mist or stain the stone, why then she lives. This feather stirs.
Okay, this feather.
She lives.
Okay.
If it be so, it is a chance which does redeem all sorrows that ever I have felt. Prithee away. A plague upon you, murderers, traitors all. I might have saved her, now she's gone forever. Oh, Cordelia. Cordelia. Stay a little.
Maybe this is a bit too intense.
Huh?
Oh, sorry,
What
I
is
said
thou
something.
sayest?
Can you try reading Left
voice
Breathe Candle?
was ever
I never
soft,
heard of that. Is it a
gentle
Shakespearean
and
part?
low.
But I can do it. I can do it, yeah.
An excellent thing in woman.
Yeah, it's probably a bit too intense for me.
And my poor fool is hanged.
Apparently a poem, right?
No!
Oh,
No!
right. That's the ending of Macbeth, right?
No life!
Yeah, it's actually one of the
Why should a
monologues I
dog,
was planning
a
to do.
horse, a rat have life, and thou no breath at
Thank you,
all?
thank you. Yeah, I will, I will.
Thou come
Funny
no
coincidence
more.
then.
Never. Never. Never.
Oh.
Never. Never.
Apologies to King Lear. I don't think I'll do justice to this, but wish me luck. But I am not sure if never. No, this feather. Actually, it should be saying add 5 as in 3. Okay, we can go to add 5 as in 3 then. That's pretty useful that theater scripts are divided by ads and parts, isn't it? At 4, at 5. Oh, it's apparently around the end of. And I'm pretty sure that Life Brief Candle is at the end of Macbeth. Yeah. Is it like around the end? I thought this feta. Yeah, it is almost. Mm, sorry, I don't know. I only know we had the poem part for literature in high school. Really, that's totally super cool. That must have been so amazing to be able to read some Shakespeare in high school. I did a book report on a Latin American classic for my high school, and even at the time, I really cherished the experience because it was really cool to be able to know a Latin American classic. Um, but only looking back did I realize just how precious of a memory, how precious of a moment that was. If you're interested, it's Sobre héroes y tumbas de Ernesto Sábato. But the script in this part feels a little bit different. Because here he is talking to someone and okay, I'll just try to improvise and then I will follow on the game layer. I'll just use the King Lair video. How? 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 Oh, you are men of stones. Had I your tongues and eyes, I'd use them so that heaven's balls should crack. She's gone forever. I know when one is dead and when one lives. She's dead as earth. Lend me a looking glass. If that her breath will miss or stain the stone, why, then she lives. This feather stares. She lives, it be so. It is a chance which does redeem all sorrows that ever I had felt. A plague upon you, murderers, traitors all! I might have saved her. Now she's gone forever! Cordelia! Cordelia, stay a little! Oh! Was easy to say? Her voice was ever soft, gentle, and low. An excellent thing in woman. I killed the slave that was a hanging thing. Did I not, fellow? I had seen the day with my good beating falcon. I will make him skip. I am old now, and these same crosses spoil me. But I can't truly do the. I'm gonna leave this scene for another moment. It's too intense. And I will prefer to go directly to Life Brief Candle. Life Brief Candle, right? Yes. And it leads me directly um, to the ending of Macbeth. So, okay, dude. Actually, it's super mega cool that you got to do a bit of Shakespeare. Was it something that your class chose, or was it something assigned by the teacher, like the poem that you had to read? Shakespeare's works, Macbeth. Here it is, Macbeth. Okay, I guess Macbeth is one of his most famous poems. Full text, read the text for free, and it should be the very last act. Okay, I'm gonna listen to the very last. I'm only now realizing what a short play the Tempest is. Mm, mm. He might. Okay, here it should be the Alfred candle. I don't know. I only know we had the poem part. Oh no, I read that already. Sorry, it's in the syllables. Really? Huh? We have Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I read that book. I read a bit of that book. It was totally super fun. Robert Louis Stevenson was like the movie director of his time. Like a lot of his novels were super popular at the time, and a few brief poems. That's super cool, huh? Wait, I thought it should tell me add five as in five. Okay, add five as in five. Here it is. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I got a bit distracted. Good. No Shakespeare, Macbeth, Life Breeze Candle. Let me fix this. Okay. The Queen, my lord, is dead. She should have died hereafter. There would have been a time for such a word. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. Creeps in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays had lifted fools, the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle! Life but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his art upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. I did terrible. Sorry about that. But one thing I'm a little bit curious that I guess is really sad is Lady Macbeth is outside of the siege, is outside the castle when she dies. So he is grieving because he could not be with his wife, with his queen, um, when she died because of the siege. At least that's the way that I understand the text here. Full disclosure, I had never seen Macbeth. Okay, now we will try to read two versions of the thing here. Of the out brief candle. And I think we will complete the session with that answer, but I really don't need to sleep.
She should have died hereafter. There would have been a time for such a word.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time.
And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death.
What a beautiful English.
Out, brief candle.
Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more.
It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Let's check the other version. But that was some really beautiful English, wasn't it? I really wish I could sound half as good as them.
Wherefore was that cry?
The Queen, my lord, is dead.
She should have died hereafter. There would have been a time for such a word. Tomorrow.
I really appreciate the silent grief that.
And tomorrow. And tomorrow. Creeps in this petty pace from day to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle. Life is but a walking shadow.
I really like the silent grief and the emotion that Sir Ryan McKellen plays the line. The previous video was really well spoken, but it was very fancy. It was almost detached in its
A
portrayal.
poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage.
Technically, it was more of a presentation,
And
anyways.
then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full
Idiot.
of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
I really appreciate the extreme grief which he. Oh. Okay. The Queen, my lord. Wherefore was that cry? The Queen, my lord, is dead. She should have died hereafter. There would have been a time for such a word. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. Creeps in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays had lated fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle. Life but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his art upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Thank you, thank you. It has been certainly a very illuminating learning experience. I had learned that there are a lot of things that I really do need to improve on. A lot, a lot. But I must say, reading this English text, it has been the most fun I've been having with Vtuber in quite a while. So I really do thank you wholeheartedly for the experience. So now I'm going to go for a small idle meeting and for like 2 3 minutes, and I'll come back to an outro Zatsu. That was good. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to do the ad on Twitch. Okay, be back soon. I'll be back soon. Sorry, just let me annotate one thing real quick. Come on. Not videos. Actually, we can leave this one here. But it's this one that we're going to use. Okay, sorry about that. I think we're going to do a bit of a little teensy bit of karaoke. I just want to try out 2 or 3 songs. I really should go to bed actually, but we can try like 2 or 3 songs, I guess. We can take out the book though. Yeah. Yeah. So, what should we do here? Okay. Take this out, this out. Your blurry eyes karaoke. I don't even know if there is actually. Oh, there actually is a karaoke for blurry eyes. Oh.遠くの風を身にまとうあなたには届かない言葉並べてみてもまた新鮮はどこか窓向こう変わらない予感は続いているあの日々さえ曇った米の中の鳥のようにあなたには These lyrics are fucked up あなたを外へ誘う光変わらない時間は続いているあの日々さえ曇 り来る季節約束はれそうこの両手差し伸べても心離れてI do apologize that the phrasing is pretty wrong in some parts. It's the video does the most amazing romanji that I had ever seen. Okay, now I see that this thing. By the way, if, for example, maybe people notice that I have a reverb on the when I am not singing, I will appreciate if people let me know so I can disable it. There's a good possibility that the entire reading script was finished was ruined because of the reverb. But it's my fault for using OBS and okay. Actually, I wonder. No, I shouldn't have to affect the game volume, but at the very least, it's the light reverb. So, well, we are going to do another one, anyways. Yeah, we're gonna do another one. It's just a lesson to check that everything in OBS can, but go against you if you don't double it, triple check it. Now, what karaoke? No, actually, I should have it in here. Where is the song? Okay, here it is. Blood MCR karaoke. Well, they encourage your complete cooperation. Send you roses when they think you need to smile. I can't control myself because I don't know how. And they love me for it, honestly, I'll be here for a while, so keep... No, again. There's something that doesn't feel quite right here. Okay. Ah! Well, they encourage your complete cooperation. Send you roses when they think you need to smile. I can't control myself because I don't know how. They love me for it, honestly, I'll be here for a while. So give them blood, gallons of the stuff. Give them all that they can drink and it will never be enough. So give them blood. Grab a glass because there's going to be a flood. Celebrate that man a constant garnish. They can fix me proper with a big of luck. The doctors and the nurses, they adore me so, but it's really quite alarming, 'cause I'm such an awful fuck. I gave you blood, gallons of the stuff, gave you all that you can drink, and it has never been enough, so I gave you blood. I'm the kind of human brackets that you love. Well, improvement. There's room for improvement, I'm sure we can all agree. Bah. there even a karaoke of night today? There is actually a karaoke of night today, okay. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. My apologies. Hidden under a deep slumber. Never let it show, I got a home. The clock ticks but nothing changes. The right pass but the stock is raging. Broken window, barricade over. Seem to break but I gotta make it work. Falling but I can't see the drop. I know I gotta make it stop. Now let go of your pride and let it out. All of the evils in your soul. You gotta decide your fate, so let it go. Every feeling bottled up, it's time to let it go. No one there to save you, but now you're not alone. Hidden under the shadows, but like night today, your life will change. It's slowly sinking before, we don't know anymore. Let it go. No, these lyrics are wrong. I shout, but no words come out. The time is now, so how can I just let it out now? Nothing to do, cause nothing is new to me. Stuck in a love, yeah, stuck in reality. In this circle, where do I go? Now let go of your pride and let it out. All of the evils in your soul. You gotta decide your fate, so let it go. Every feeling bottled up, it's time to let it go. No attempt to save you, but now you're not alone. Hidden under the shadows, but like night today, your life will change. It's slowly sinking before, but not anymore. Let it go. Maybe we can make this a bit lower. Let go of your pride and let it out. All of the evils in your soul. And watch the night turn into day. Let it go. Now it's your time to let all of it go. Every feeling bottled up. It's time to let it go. No one there to save you, but now you're not alone. Hidden under the shadows, but like night today, your life will change. Slowly sinking before, but not anymore. Just let it go. Just let it go. Did you know, Amici, that I consider myself a pretty... I don't want to say mediocre, but like a pretty non-outstanding singer. I really don't consider that my singing is very, very good compared to that of many other people. Or at the very least, it is nothing to write home about. Do I sing okay? Yeah, I guess I sing okay, but it's not that I will consider myself a good B singer. There are so many good B singers that, like, even if I sound pretty decent, it's just not. You know what I mean, right? You understand what I'm talking about, I'm sure. Okay, Umi Karaoke.いつか忘れちゃうからそして歌に残しておこうそっと Wait.いつか忘れちゃうからこうして歌に残しておこういつか忘れちゃうからそして歌に残しておこうそっと思い出すようにこの歌で巡れるようにララララあなたが口ずさむメロディに願いを託しておこうねえこの命で巡り合ういろんな想いが溢れ出すその意味は涙の味が教えてるほら雨はいつかこの星を巡り巡って喜びも悲しみも手をつないで海へ Okay, and I think I had like 3 songs left, 2 or 3 songs left. Okay, oh, I don't think that there is a cult list. Karaoke. You can probably tell that I am kind of a fan of first stage productions. Sander Netherland. But I don't think that there is actually... No, there is only like a cover. Netherling sing covers? That's actually pretty cool. Let's check this out. And Sander Netherland's Morning Voice. That must sound quite amazing. Are any of you Amici fans of first stage production or some of the talents of first stage? It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay for now. We're just gonna sing on top of the original song. Please forgive me, Sandra. Please forgive me, Mr. Netherland. Any noise, it's too bright. I wanna run into the night. Sounds eyes in my mouth, I can't get it out. A mixture of blood and your lies. Bringing me down, throwing to the darkness fills me until I drown. In my thoughts. Again. I know that there are lyrics somewhere. Here it is. A first stage production is a Vtuber agency actually. I'm singing the song of one of their first generation talents, Sander Netherland. Is it Quincy Tiger? Static and noise, the lights are too bright, I wanna run into the night. There's darkness in my mouth, I can't get it out. A mixture of blood and your lies. It's dragging me down, the comfortable darkness fills me until I drown. I can't hear my thoughts, the word is too loud. I don't mean to be selfish, but give me it now. All my life I was invisible, these streets left me so cynical. Didn't saw you you're the pinnacle of what I needed, baby. Something's making me addicted to the taste of your lipstick. Really getting some to an end, to just start again. The room is spinning, I'm beginning to think maybe there's something wrong. Cause you're driving me crazy, never still amaze me. But under your skin there's something all along. So I fall onto your wrist and your way to the surface. Don't let me look back or I just might lose it all. I can't live with or without you, know there's something about you. Got me driving just mad, I think I like it too. If it all comes crashing down tomorrow, well at least I had you in my arms. I know this hurts me, but for all that it's worth, my dear, it's better than it used to be, inseparable part of me. I gave it my best, but it was too late. Couldn't have made a worse mistake. In the thorns, I couldn't be warm. I already laid down my heart. So I did it out. The only way through is down, so I descended to the underground. And that's what I found. Just still had no sound. I wasn't supposed to, but I turned her down. So I'll hold on to your wrist, make our way to the surface. Don't let me look bad or I just might lose it all. And I live with or without you, make me something about you. Got me trapping just now, I think I like it there. If it all comes crashing down, till not away like this, I have you in my arms. I know that it hurts me, but for all that it's worth, my dear. It's better than it used to be, it's a part of a part of me. Amazing. Sandor is so cool. Like, Sandor is genuinely so cool. I actually really also admire his professional ethic. Whenever you hear him speak, you can tell that he is like a really mature and a really incredible person. First stage production. Yes, I see clips of Sound of the Voice. They really have been getting around, haven't they? It's actually so nice to see things, to see things grow up and succeed so enormously. Especially, one thing that I think is really wonderful about first stage production, and in a general sense about their success, is that FSP believed from the start in a female public, in a female fan base. In fact, one of the things that I always found incredibly refreshing about checking out some of their streams, I mostly check the streams of Cassian Floros. Sometimes a little bit of Sandra Netherbrand, but mostly Cassian. Is how they don't even pretend to try to appeal to a male audience or to the typical entrenched male audience in Vtuber, which maybe before the existence of first stage would have sounded like a really bold proposition, wouldn't it? The general conception is that 80% of the demographic in VTubing are nerdy guys. But FSB demonstrated that there is an audience beyond that. And for that, I will always be grateful for them. And how to say this? Since before I was a VTuber, I always really loved both idols and the concept of the kind of fantasy that idols tend to sell, in the sense of, oh yes, pretty idols being friends together and sharing in their dreams, etc., etc. Which is something that's really, for me as a guy, for me as a male, it was really appealing and really beautiful to see. With, for example, Idol Master and stuff like that. Sorry. And this might sound a little bit embarrassing maybe, but I always wanted the female demographic to have something like that too. And I often felt a bit sad that it didn't always seem like they had something like that. And as an addendum, which I will mention a bit later, an entertainer that is solely dedicated to them, like we have us as guys. But FSP decided to give them that, which is not only the reason why they essentially dominated the how can you say it, the female demographic niche or whatever, but I do apologize. I am at a bit of a loss for words. We can go to the Zatsu thing for a moment here. Yeah, I completely lost my words, but I think you know what I mean, right? Uh, the same way that I felt it was so incredibly sweet and so moving to see idol girls chasing their dream together, it seems that a lot of female fans find themselves incredibly moved and they find it really adorable to see all of these cute guys and sharing their dreams together. And I think it's wonderful. I always wanted them to have something like that. If it's beautiful for us guys to have that, I think that someone should be able to give that to the female audience as well. As you might probably tell, I am quite a fan of first stage production, and another aspect of how it is kind of low-key refreshing, low-key refreshing how they don't even try to appeal to guys, and they are pretty clear in that their primary demographic, the home for them is their female fans. Is that by reason of that, they don't have to pay lip service or they don't have to limit themselves in their content or in their behavior in ways that they probably would have if they had more of a conception of being more co-ed in their either in their appeal, as is the case for Holosters, which is generally speaking 50-50 male-female demographic fan base, or more co-ed in their content style, as is the case with Niji Sanji. It's how to describe it. One thing that I always remember I saw someone mentioning online was something like, we should not underestimate as fans the value that we can have in a space where we can feel completely comfortable and where we can feel, they didn't say in these words, but where we are the primary demographic. I don't really know how to put this correctly into words, and I do apologize that I am stumbling over my words so much, but I have noticed that even in your fandom spaces, there are ways in which a stage light, a fan from a first stage, can feel comfortable behaving or feel comfortable writing, posting, etc. Where a fan of Niji Sanji or a Starmin might not necessarily feel as comfortable or as free to do that. Now, one final note is, I don't have anything to back this up for, except for one anecdote where I heard that when Avalon did that, Avalon is Gen 1 of FSB, when Avalon did that one meet and greet in somewhere in Europe, they had a lot of male fans, a lot of male fans that came to greet them. I have the feeling that Avalon probably has more male fans than people will think. I say that, but it probably is something like, I don't know, 10%, 20% male at the most, or something like that. It's just that if there are actually that many male fans, the kind of male fans that will be watching Avalon, it wouldn't really be the kind of guy that will call attention to the fact that they are men. If they're consciously saying that they are guys, which in itself is pretty strange to say, frankly, or by doing or saying the kind of things that will make it obvious to other people that it was posted by a male. But yeah, I think that the reason why I love First Stage so much is because from the start they had the intention and the conviction to dedicate themselves to the female audience, and I think that is quite amazing. Now, I I don't know if I should even mention this, but maybe to some people it will feel a little awkward or a bit unfortunate that they have the understated or the unstated rule. Not really a rule, but it is something that the vast majority of them do, of not really interacting with female VTubers. Which, one moment please. Which I think, especially for Starmie, it might feel a little like, what? We went from Hololive that doesn't interact with male VTubers at all, and now we find that FSP also doesn't do that on the other side of the coin. Yes, they do. They are completely loyal to their audience, and apparently it does seem that for a non-zero number of the female fans, it seems like they genuinely appreciate that. It does seem that they genuinely appreciate the idea of that these guys wouldn't really like interact much with female VTubers. And if that is what they like, if that is what is important to the fans, then that is what is important to the fans. I will say, when I did that poll asking their own community about sorry, I just seen the message, about their opinions on me interacting with female VTubers, I was actually really surprised that so many of the votes were in favor of it, even though I myself am generally, it's not that I am against the idea, but it's just not something that I had much interest in. Because again, I know that there are so few male VTubers that don't do that. I wanted the fans that care about that sort of stuff to know that there is at least a few people out there that do listen to that and do care about that do care about making them happy. Yeah, it certainly is something that sometimes I feel a little bit bad that I miss out on so many possible interactions and so many possible friendships, etc. But I consider the love that I have for you as far more valuable and far more important than any of that. Essentially, yeah, the love that I hold for Amici. Yeah, you Amici are more important to me than all of that. Yeah. Of course, there are a few other factors. For example, like wanting to avoid potential drama and other stuff, etc. But the main reason is that I want the people for when it is emotionally important, or for whichever reason that their male VTuber or the male or whatever doesn't interact with women, to know that there is someone who cares about that and listens to that. Yeah. I like the only you're at Roscoe family tree. It's actually so great. It's actually super sweet. The thing is that I don't know if they even have the same mama, but really Roscoe's design looks similar to Miss Ollie's, doesn't it? It actually is quite cool. Roscoe, it's funny. Even though we are both Latinos, I would say I am South American, and I think I get a vibe that Roscoe is either Central American or North American. Roscoe is probably the Avalon member whose content I check out the least. Because like I said, Cass is my Oshi, and I really like Xander. Then I listened to a few of Lucian's songs, but Gail and Roscoe, I practically never check anything about them. I don't know, I never really knew the reason why. I simply just don't really check them out too much. But I absolutely adored, I am pretty sure that any Spanish-speaking VTuber fan adored that collab between Haka, Roscoe, and Lucien. It was really fun. It was completely in Spanish, so that's why it's such a fun memory for the Spanish speakers. They don't share a mama, huh? That's fascinating. Maybe it just feels kinda similar because of the zombie design, because of the zombie style, and the reddish hair. Maybe it's similar because of that. But yeah, I am a really big fan of first stage production. And you know one thing that is actually pretty funny? Apparently, a lot of the fans of first stage don't really seem to be people that were fans of VTubers before. I heard that a few people that became fans of Avalon, originally they thought that they were characters for an otome game. They didn't know what VTubers were before before becoming fans of Avalon. In a way, you could say that Avalon is like meat. It really does seem like they got a lot of people into VTubing. And maybe that's why a lot of the culture, style, vibes, fandom, whatever, around first stage feels so separate from that of other places and other agencies. They do seem to be like the first VTubers for many people. I don't know if maybe it was also the fact that they like marketed themselves in outside of the usual VTuber spheres, or simply the fact that they were very good at providing a service and experience that no one else really does. I don't know. Well, okay, but essentially FSP daisuki. FSP love. I'm actually a bit curious. Do you have do any of you Amici have an Oshi in FSP? Avalon, Rabanis, or Lamentus? Let me know. Disculpas. Okay, let me continue. But oh dear, it really is quite late. I did not think I was gonna stream this late. Aoishiori, a Ghibli song, and then yeah, okay. The last song. Time does not allow more Oshi. Ain't that the truth? That's really true. Admittedly, I tend to have a pretty loose definition of the word Oshi. So like, if you like someone's vibe, then you can kind of consider it an Oshi. I know that it's a bit. Most people will say that's a bit too loose for an Oshi, but generally I just say Oshi. Oh, I like him.何べにも費やしてすすられた僕らの気分どうして抱きちよの空白を生まれられない押し花のしおり挟んで君と転がす使い捨ての自転車忘れかけのレンガを積み手上げてワクスしたイコールへと引きずられていく 怖いくらい似合いそう遊び疲れた僕らをきっと思い出すこともそうやって今は僕の方へ落ち着ける日差しのタワーまだ二人は月坂にいるのにどうかまた会えますようになんてどうかしてるみたいOh, I'm gonna try to do the exercise of No! No, we already did Zatsu! Okay, we will do our Shiori again. One thing I would like to mention though, finally about FSP. How to say this? Maybe some people will say that the things in which FSP caters to their audience, maybe it is the kind of thing that only stage lights care about. But in my experience, it can be pretty difficult to get a female fan base or women in general really to tell you their honest opinion about certain things. I also understand why that happens, given that a lot of women don't always have a very good experience when they actually express their real opinions, and maybe a guy takes it kind of badly. So I understand why they occasionally maybe they isolate or hide their own feedback or the things that bother them or the things that displease them, and keep it only to their friends or keep it only to their close friend groups, etc., or their close fandom groups, etc. Sometimes I really do wonder if someone was able to magically see into the kind of close invite groups or of a few Starming fans or of a few Niji fans, or if they could even just like be able to magically hear their thoughts, what kind of things will we then learn that maybe, oh yeah, I actually don't really like when my Melo she does this kind of stuff, but it's whatever. Or I don't always like when he does this kind of content, but guys are just like that. Or just stuff that a lot of female fans just don't say. And maybe also FSP's success is partially because they were a bit more attentive and a bit more forward looking in that sense, and maybe they were a bit better able to really think about the kind of things that will both please and will but also avoid the kind of things that will displease a female audience. But these are just things that I am speculating. These are not things that I necessarily know about too much. Okay, so I'm going to disable the reverb filter and I'm going to turn it on only for the song. But I'm gonna go for an idol meeting. Okay. Okay.何ページも費やして伏せられた僕らの気分、どうしてか一様な空白を生まれられない。押し花のしおり挟んで君と転がず床へ捨ての自転車、忘れかけのレンガを積み上げては崩したイコールへと引きずられていく。怖い暗い青い空を遊び疲れた僕らをきっと思い出すこともないだって今は僕の方へ押し付ける日差しの玉、まだ二人がすぐそこにいるのに、どこまた会えますようになんてどうかしてるみたい。ああ、OK。いいか。のけ姫。This is our magic karaoke, right? Yeah, okay.あれ冷た弓のブルーアルするよ、月の光にざわめくお前の心研ぎ澄まされた刃の美しいその木先によく似たそなたの女子顔、悲しみと怒りに潜む誠の心を知るは森のせい、物の形だけ、物の形だけ。 例えば君の顔に昔よりシワ植えてもそれでもいいんだ。僕がギターを思うように弾けなくなっても心の歌君でブレているよ。高い声も出すに思い通り歌えない。それでもうなずきながら歌ってくれるかな。笑んでばかりの響き渡る歓声もいらない。君だけ分かってよ分かってよ。誰に夢が叶ったの。お似合いの言葉が見つからないよ。誰に夢が叶ったの。愛してる。たった一度のたった一人の生まれてきた幸せ味わってるんだよ。今日がメインディッシュで終わりの日にはマスパイと砂糖食べるの山も谷も全部フルコースです。気が利くようなことはいらない。素晴らしい特別もいらない。ただすっとそばに置いていてよ。僕の思いは年を振るとフォトばっかだ。好きだよ分かってよ分かってよ。夢が叶ったの。お似合いの言葉が見つからないよ。誰に夢が叶ったの。愛が触れていく。君が僕を忘れてしまってもちょっと辛いけどそれでもいいから僕より先にどこか遠くに食べて熱いことは絶対許さないから。生まれ変わったとしても出会い方が最悪でもまた僕は君に苦しるんだよ。僕の心は君にいつも片思い。好きだよ分かってよ分かってよ分かってよ。誰に夢が叶ったの。お似合いの言葉が見つからないよ。誰に夢が叶ったの。ねえ誰に愛してる。Oh, te amo. I love you. Wow, what a way to end the stream, I guess, but we are indeed ending the stream. A bedtime story. I can do one at the very least. Nasal fable. I can't remember one of my favorite fables though. Let's use this one, The Lion-in-Law. Hey, I don't even know what this one doesn't even have an S of. The Lion-in-Law. A lion fell deeply in love with the daughter of a courtier and wanted to marry her. But her father was unwilling to give her to so fearsome a husband. And yet, didn't want to offend the lion. So he hit upon the following expedient. He went to the lion and said, I think you will make a very good husband for my daughter, but I cannot consent to your union unless you let me draw your teeth and pare your nails, for my daughter is terribly afraid of them. The lion was so much in love that he readily agreed that this should be done. When once, however, he was thus disarmed, the cottager was afraid of him no longer. Bob dropped him away with his club. Okay. What? Huh? What? Did you wonder if Aesop was drunk when he made this stuff? I think, at least in some of these stories, he must have been drunk when he wrote them. Alright. Grazie mille a tutti gli gente che passeranno per questa trasmissione. Thank you so much to all the wonderful people that stopped by the stream. Thank you to Petra Leon. Thank you to Esponta. Yellow Esponta. Thank you to Anela in 4E. Thank you to Anela02104. Thank you to... I know there is someone more. No, I'm pretty sure that there was someone more. Right? Thank you for the stream. Thank you for watching. How strange. I was sure that there was someone more. Oh well. Questo è stato che ne stiamo andando io vi che voglio regalare a tutti gli amici molto felici. We'll see each other on Friday for the musicals, for the musicals. A lot more singing to be done. And hopefully I am very well rested and very well asleep for that. Yeah. Okay. See ya, Amici. See ya.